Weird amount. Hey, dude, Maya looking fresh. Wait. Wait, this is the... Wasn't that the mascot for the 2 months since Maya left the office? 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that the girls showed up. February 22nd, 10:02 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Why do I come here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are, finally. Where have you been? My sister's trial's tomorrow. Who are you? Doesn't matter who I am. Well, you're not Maya? It only matters who you are. I guess her hair's color is different. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Yeah, she's dead, bro. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Mia Fey no longer works here. So, you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait, you're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry? I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please. I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. Wait, huh? Wait, okay, so we're doing weird stuff. Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Self-styled? Okay. Emma, was it? You're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young. Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. But wait, hang on, but this says you are 16. Right? It says... So, okay. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known, at my age no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Unplayable. Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age no less. Alright, we get it, you're 16. Alright? It's not gonna stop some people on the internet, alright? Great, another future professional in training. So what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. She would shoot them. So it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right, I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but that's interesting. How could she know Mia? My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney, and, well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. So now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. What do you mean is more? It is a woman's name. Well, it's nice of you to help her sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little, she says with a smile on her fucking face. Oh, I'm sorry? You want to be a scientific? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then? Excuse me? I am not a child. I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah, sure. Can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. Claiming to be the FBI, I'll be right back. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I look forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. Alright. Oops. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. No, it's not fucking over, apparently. It's like this is the royal version, I guess. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am, it's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want a raise this year, understood, ma'am. What was that all about? Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look. I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. You aren't, like, secretly, like, 14, right? Oh, hang on. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how did you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana Sky. Alright, it should be here now. Alright, we're good, boys. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? Can I stop defending prosecutors? Please. 2 sisters, 1 lawyer. Bruh, that is just a porn name. Just waiting for a title, my friend. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana, I mean, they're just like... Something wrong, Mr. Wright? That's gotta be the name of like a fucking Phoenix Wright Dojinshi, dude. There's something you should know from the start, which is the suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you just begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? Is your subordinate's car in your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. So, who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. No, Gumshoe kicked the bucket. A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, what does this mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. So you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I am responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. It's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident, when I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, didn't she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey, it was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Go on. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted, Lana was top of her class in school. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. I don't care. It sounds a bit different it sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? Can you plainly see I am admitting my... As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana? Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say you didn't? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. You're right? Yes? I believe our discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes, but something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. So I've been having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. February 22nd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. So this is the lot where it happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Everyone, keep the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they are going to be my coworkers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know, attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there. You speckin' go noticed here, partner? Oh no. Partner? What the fuck? The music! What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall. Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel, but this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a mother load of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams a cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What? What's this guy talking about? You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. Fuck. Was that a hombre a friend of yours? Kinda, sorta. Yeah, he's a detective. Thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. Who can't spot a fallen wallet to save his life. What's this? A wallet. Excuse me, officer? Wait, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found a wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be specific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. A foldable wallet found at the crime scene. There seems to be something inside. A wallet hastily stuffed in the pocket. I'm called to duty already. At my tender age. Stop it. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now, look at the court record. Okay. Just give me it. All right, I looked at it. Oh my goodness, what is this? You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now let's start examining from every angle. What the? Wait, why is it HNBM? What the fuck? What is this? Okay. Why is it these ones? Look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out. With a press of enter. You don't realize how fucking awkward this is. To hold the keys like this. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID 5842189. Oh, see? Isn't scientific investigation useful? You mean opening a wallet? I guess, though I don't see what scientific has to do with it. Science has to do with it. Goodman's ID added to the court record. Yeah, evidence for your fucking trial for theft of a wallet. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. Guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Hey, can we change this? No? Thanks, game. Aha, a ladder. That's a step ladder. H, N, M, and B. Dude, it feels so fucking awkward. Like, what's the difference in scientific? What's the difference in scientific terms, please? Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. No wonder I stopped taking cases. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she I hate you. Hey, what did you just say? Sorry. See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over there is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide it in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious? Look, a door. This must mean something. Not sure that door means anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Maya! Please come back from the waterfalls. This bitch is killing me. This wall is in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. I fail to see how it makes any difference either way. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of dual purpose. Aha, the theory of relativity. I fucking... What? I got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe, you know, was Mr. Relativity German? Or was he British? Relativity, are you sure that was his name? I'm losing it. Mizuo Relativity. Look, a stylish glass wall room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in here. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. Astounded. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. What do you fucking want from me? McDonald's, a Happy Meal? What the hell do you want? Too bad they don't have tests for common sense. You want a BTS meal? Am I not done examining? I examined everything. Is there more to the wallet? Oh my god, HNMB. Oh, there's a slide option? Oops. I didn't see that. Okay. What else could they use? Letters, silly. The reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. Yabba dab. See? Wouldn't that be better? Yabba dab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point. Doesn't take much to amuse her. Look, okay? Maya grew on me. It's not impossible with Emma. Sick car, bruh. Oh no. Mr. Outline Man died. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. God, scary. Could you tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. Wanna know who rides that red Mustang with a body in her saddle? Eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for vittles. What the fuck is that? Anyway. yourself to the salon up on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. Saloon might just fuck this. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is, and when, for that matter? Note to self, look up Vidal's Saloon and Cervezas. Shut up. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. And look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Right. Great. Great. Maybe there are some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me, were you two all set? Us? What's this? She couldn't be... You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Hello? Half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area's off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as cough-up queen are over. Cough up, huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on the lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? The witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up queen, tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it, or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Dude, this chick is just perfect for violence. Let's just make sure though. Yeah, perfect. Yes, ma'am. Hey, she means it. Somehow I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know the daily special on Friday every week as salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the names of innocents. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for the king of prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying, there was some sort of prosecutors' convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me and at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. Ooh. So what exactly was that you witnessed, Ms. Starr? It was a fascinating spectacle to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lena Skye wield that knife so. Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. and the rhythmic beat of Lana Sky's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Sky? Of course, it's quite a feat becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief's prospector's name? Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking cough. I can't fucking read now. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who's tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. Never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a Trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works— SHIT! Works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. To scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. You can't just throw scientifically in front of everything and expect it to sound smarter. Useful analysis? Not. I'll be going this way. Can't scan. Okay, cool. Guess we're done here. How about this card? Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, this isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady, why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. I always feel like I'm being mocked. Alright, well, fine, bitch. Moving along. Oh my god. It's back. Oh, there's a lot here. Well, that would just be like that's just wait. That's just wait. This is the kind of room that just screams I can do the job. I change a form from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something here. Trophy? What, that shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Yeah, displayed. On your couch. Whoever office this is, they must be real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix, right? You never tire to pry into other people's business, don't you? That voice. Miles. He's beautiful. Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere? Of course. I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right, her sister is the chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, No. What? Fuck, it was just Mr. Wright here. Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty, bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. Miles. Why do you always get yourself involved in this shit? It is. Well, they said it was a Mustang. He wasn't driving a Mustang, though, in that video, I don't think. So the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it, right? You think I did it, don't you? Hey, buddy, do you remember like, what, 3 months ago? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. What the fuck, Emma? Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister then? By the way, Miles, why do you have that? Yes, sir, I'm a Sky. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Now I remember, you've really grown. What's that supposed to mean, Edgeworth? I'll admit it, I was surprised. It was a surprise for me too, to think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. Oh my god, they do. Fuck. To think my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Honest Guy is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of the last year. Did they ever explain how he got the gun in his hands? He said he just like fucking picked it up, right? How could he be that dumb? However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. In a daze. Everything he does is in a fucking daze, apparently. Sophisticated? What the fuck? What does it mean? What do you mean? First off, not even university is sophisticated. Unless you're going to, like, Ivy League, right? I mean, an Ivy League ain't fucking using Blackboard. At least they better fucking not. But that's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life. Impossible to stop. No offense, by the way. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Dude, I'm sorry, but if you're an Ivy League school and you use anything like Blackboard, not just Blackboard, but like anything like Blackboard, you should have your Ivy League status fucking revoked. I'm sorry, because Blackboard and other similar programs is just a way for teachers to not have to do their fucking job. I'm sorry, but I've had to deal with enough online programs that have taught me in college more than the teachers actually have. Chief Prosecutor Sky. Yes, we worked together on a case 2 years ago. HD Platinum Line. We first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. I think I've used like for like homework, for example. I think I've used maybe 7 different websites for all my classes for homework and shit. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago, I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Yeah, I can't remember all the ones I was on, but Jesus Christ, there was a shit ton. And why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What the fuck? Mr. Edgyworth, your knife was the murder weapon. To be more specific, it was the knife I kept in my toolbox in the trunk of my car. Usually in Edgeworth's toolbox traces the victim's blood, no prints. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Uh-oh, he didn't like that. Come on, can't take a joke. You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Well, I guess that makes me Mr. Wrong. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. I wasn't asking you, Emma. Mumbles of prosecutors. What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. Uh-oh. Twitch, don't ban me. It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So? So that's that K. That's K stands for coup, and yeah, you've got a problem with that. I didn't design the thing. King of prosecutors, kind of like the employee of the month, only better. Given to Edgeworth, the king of the prosecutors, at the PD on the day of the murder. There's so much to investigate. A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. A nice desk. Easy to use and easy in the eyes. Polished so well I can see my own reflection. I just pictured Detective Kumishu. Yeah, why? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't, he'll sue you. We having fantasies about Gumshoe now? Hey, a chessboard. I didn't ask you, Emma. Do you have to fucking input every single time? Oh my god. Not too up in my chest, but it looks like blue's on a bit of a tight spot. That means all that's left is the king. Which means... oh my god, whatever. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Wait, but there's not even a king. That's a pawn? The king's not on the board. Huh? Those horses are mountain knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head's kind of spiky, kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. But hang on. So that's a rook. I'm guessing that's the... This game is already over. That's not how you play chess. They just did it for the joke, for the meme. Ah! There's no king on the board. It's already over. Whoa, these are all case files. They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Yeah, odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have had someone get them for him. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? He must study these cases. We must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up by that ladder. Oh, cute. What a pretty tea set. Is she gonna fucking give her 2 cents every single time, dude? I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Yeah, bro. Fellow Halo player. Fuck yeah. Amazing. The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Whoa, what a view. It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. Guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump out this window, the time until impact to the ground would be... Got it. Approximately 3.23 seconds. That's handy to know. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. Stop. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. And besides, a giant steel Samaru. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy, is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancée? I don't think so. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. Oh my god, Emma, stop talking. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. Getting way too excited about this. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. Then he pores over his case files until he wheezes into the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. He's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. Bet in the morning he has soft hair, he has sofa hair and little creases on his cheek from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? Help me. I'm about to lose it. I'm getting mighty close. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright. Huh, what? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, why not? I showed fucking everyone my shit. Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? I guess we learned a thing or two. I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth, but then my sister would be found guilty. If she sighs underneath her, I'm gonna start getting depressed. Or I'm already depressed. It's against my policy to discuss evidence with the defense, especially with you. Doesn't like you much, does he, Mr. Wright? Nah, with Edgeworth, it's never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. So basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? Lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? What's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. Police department? Yes. Right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? We got more important things to worry about. What is this fucking new face he makes? Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day at the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort of file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. This is the only form of her that I appreciate. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself, Mr. Edgeworth, pride ourselves in our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Alright. 5:12 p.m. 2:21. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. The murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. What the fuck is wrong with this chapter? Was Mr. Edgeworth... we're playing Return of the Obra Dinn after this. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth, what is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Prosecutor Skye? You can look it up. I can show you, actually, it's fine. It's a game where you have to investigate a ship and figure out what happened on it. And it's in a very interesting style. It's very good. I've played it before, but I don't remember anything about it. Did you find any new evidence against the... Okay, I already read that. I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Skye, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. It's not black and white, it's brown and white. You can also change the colors. The name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir. I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your... give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But, sir, I didn't know. He's got a fortune charm. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave brains out, and good luck. They gave out brains and good luck. Oh, no. Right? Yes, sir? You caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm very busy. You may leave now. Let's do as he says, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should leave too. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Uh-huh. Thanks. He seems to have finally calmed down at least. Little edgy boy. Actually, I should probably fix this. There we go, that's better. We're finally here. Why would they put the police department in so far away from the prosecutor's office? It's me. I took almost 30 minutes by taxi and traffic wasn't even that bad. Police department, huh? I've only ever been to a criminal affairs next door. Hold on, what's that? Disturbing, why does it undulate like that? Oh wait, I know, this is the Blue Badger. I'm trying to make him the police mascot. Oh, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with Blue Badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Oh my god, Gumshoe. Why are you dancing with the Badger? Oh my god, this game's gonna fucking kill me. I'm gonna be the next case. What are you doing here, pal? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm very busy. I'm a very busy man, pal. Yeah, you seem so. Come on! I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. That's not like you, Gumshoe. Why not? Huh? Well, it is just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Come on, pal, there's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? I don't know. She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister. Please investigate this case fully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. By the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing, really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? Then what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true, we never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranking people are being let into the criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall is assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall. Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of the crime scene is unheard of, pal. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. I was wondering about that. What, the dancing blue badger? It's my masterpiece. Stop. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances and dances until the batteries die. Poor blue badger, fated to dance until he drops. A work of art designed by the chief of detectives and created by Detective Gumshoe. Bruh, this is gonna be a fucking important piece of evidence, isn't it? Somehow, some way, this is gonna come back to fucking bite us in the butt. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes. Make a good pair. Crying for all of eternity. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. I thought you were actually going to tell me why. A panda? That I have scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was at a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo, see? About zebras, or did they not have those at zoos? At your zoo? Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo. Can't fucking talk. The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know who this? Did you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like people in these posters. They hardly even look human. There's a point. The banner here is announcing a crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want a set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think those families can figure it out without the extra help. I always get excited when I come to the police station. Why is that? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Because you smashed the defense, dumbass. Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Because shields represent defense. Oh my god. Not that hard. I'll tell you what it is later. Yeah, it's a huge secret, guys. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award, even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Detective, I have to keep my mouth shut on that one. No better than to go babbling about things I don't know about. No, I wouldn't want you to do that either. Good. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? To find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal. This is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to return it to the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar? Ha, my mistake. But didn't you work to... Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. Now I remember. Now it all makes sense. That's what I thought. Dude, this game's fucking making me lose brain cells. I only have so much left. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? That's about it. So this ID card belonged to the victim? He was a detective, like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. It's in a tough spot again. Again? It reused the same. Okay, that's, to be fair, it's the right case. Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had an unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people will be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. We'll say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us, and that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the chief of police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things clear, a little easier to you. A little easier for you. Show them this, and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Letter of introduction received from Detective Gumshoe allows bearer to investigate the crime scene. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there, and nobody will look at you twice, pal. In the day of the crime, murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. If only he was held up at an extra couple of red lights. He wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair, perhaps. It just goes to show you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. Yeah, I'm still gonna run them though. Hey, look here. It looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe. Let's see. Annual bonus, $20. Ooh. I think a couple zeros are missing. No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Oops. Wasn't done. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner. Yeah, that's probably it. Well, whatever. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet him. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does have a kind of ring to it. I don't know how I can look at this when I'm not in the fucking room. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? Picturing him as an outdoorsman? Now there's a scary thought. I think she might want to just... I think she wants to just smash him, dude. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, still here? Hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in the criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? Oh, poor guy. Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? Looking like a doggy that's lost its urd. Dick Marshall. Strange guy to put in a charge of a crime scene. Yeah, you're telling me. Stop it with the music. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right in the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. Maybe we investigate. Gumshoe? Ah, that old cow dog. He holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries, this proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. I guess I'll let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. That's right, he's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. If you like the settler, strike out the lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootie man. Hoot nanny. This is not to self. Police investigators are like settling land. Investigations. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction crumpled and discarded. Should have been shredded. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner? Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. Smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest, a fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Death due to loss of blood, one knife wound, stabbed within an hour and a half after 4 p.m. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Skye and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. But is he very enthusiastic? So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this parking lot. Yeah, call him comrade. So it seems, like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of his cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation. Act 3, huh? Gotta do that if you're gonna draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. Remind me never to visit Texas. It appears to be the car where the body was found. Looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Dude, I'm just at this point, look, we played all of Danganronpa, right? Like, at this point, what haven't we seen? Quite a luxury car. It just screams I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. This rope. Is it? Yep. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You have got to be the only person I know that would come up with that conclusion. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest that it belongs to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Yeah, go ahead. Right, let's check it out. Oh, it's doing it on its own, by the way. Okay, now I can play the game. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. I see the series is as popular as ever with the kids. This phone is still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It just, you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's just check the phone out. How to see who the owner of this phone call, who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. This is a fucking jam though, right? Hey, that song, I know that. Hey, what's going on over there? Ah, sorry. See you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who'd she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. Heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that. Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. I don't think Texas is as crazy as you think it is. I incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. B block is through there. This is where the visitors park. That's where the visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design of on that door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too diddly about it and you'll be fine. Oh, what's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Oh, look, something's written on it. 675-12-2. Oh, it's an S. 6-7S, 12-2. You're right. Let's see. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Goodman's note added to the court record. I think we got everything here. Like, I can actually look at this. How the hell do you put this thing on? You screw it on? What the fuck? So this is what the back of a badge looks like. And I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. I mean, you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found out right. I found it right away. Well, that's no fun. How the hell do you put this thing on? So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister? That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. The prospector tomorrow was none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. My condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a-blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicious about Mr. Edgeworth might have been flying around for nearly 2 years. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. Follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't wrestle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. You're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. Yeah, no fucking shit. That's what the old timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana's confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not a criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? The Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? Sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. See. A detective is murdered, and the suspect is at the top of the is the top prosecutor in the district. Got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. February 23rd, 9:34 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? Defense attorneys should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. The Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her, and that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without Faye helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. That was creepy. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Fuck! But Emma, she doesn't count. Do you never realize how much you miss Maya until you're stuck with an Emma? Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. Thank God, I get it. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in the courtroom since his trial. Hope that personal feelings won't be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. We'll choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. The chief prosecutor, Lana Sky, has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. And in my car, no less. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. She was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Ms. Angel Starr, to the stand. Cough up, Queen? I haven't seen you. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar. I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? And you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? This is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. The hell does pickled tapioca taste like? Your name and profession, now. Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on police to provide descriptions of crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? Aha! I know you. I know who you are. Cough up. Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue the description, Miss Star. Who is this lady? I might have the court's attention over here. Okay. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. Block A for the prosecutor's office personnel. Block B is for the visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife, and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prospector. Fucking Christ, this cowboy's fucking me up. Prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright, I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star. Wait, are they talking about me? Or Phoenix? Please tell me that Phoenix gets, like, gray as the games go on. Somehow I always knew this would come. I was on my way to deliver my lunchbox to my boyfriend. And I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw Chief Prosecutor Nathan standing next to a garish car. Oh, this is not good. The Chief Prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend, how touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than... He is, dude. The point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm starting to think about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Can you go away? Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Somehow I just knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my family detective's intuition. Though the wire fence, I saw a chief prosecutor sitting next to a garish car. By a garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant? I saw her for no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Just do whatever we can, even if we don't have any proof. You can always nitpick. Dealing with Edgeworth here, I need something more substantial than that. Can you tell us what the suspect was doing when you saw her? Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Is this your knife? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the location of a man's vital organs. Yeah, so is usually most people, by the way. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. The defendant was holding a knife. What then? She thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? Defense has a point. Fortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late. Yes, the next moment, Chief Prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. She looks insane. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panic next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Oh, it is? Cool. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well, you may continue. Wait, but... I swear to God. Alright, the only thing I can think of is, why would you be delivering a lunch at 5:15 p.m.? This boyfriend, he's a detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend. You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. But to self, the judge had to think before replying. You have to consider it, alright? You have to weigh it out, but, you know, in the end, the security guard room is in the lot in A block. It's up to the second level, so you can see everything from up there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like, how would you say, oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. And then I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Alright, well, I've pressed everything. Right? Yes, we already talked about this. Alright, I'm gonna go for it. Why were you delivering lunch at 5:15 in the afternoon? I was wrong. By the way, what's the point of the multiple health bars when everything you do does 2 health bars? Just have my health bars. Don't just, like, there's nothing that takes away half of them. Just give me half the health bars and take away 1 bar each time. Ergo, you are a biased witness. But you might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly post of a lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. Suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Goodness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you? A prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of the criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? Yay. Tell me more about this knife the suspect's carrying. Like, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Visitor now. Park in B block. B block was the crime. Since something that causes my family hone detective's intuition. So lost. the first fucking, like, skill check, and I'm already fucking gone. What the fuck are you doing, Phoenix? I didn't click that. Okay. What's your idea? Yeah, but that's not something I can directly point out, though. She doesn't say it in her testimony. That is no. Come on, that is such a fucking leap in. Oh my god. That angers me to know. You don't know how much that makes me angry. I probably would have been here for no joke. Probably anywhere between 4 to 7 years until I guessed that. And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with a knife? I've already said yes. God, this is so fucking retarded. Swear it on my finest swam and swirl swunch. I'm sure that's a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is a photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? And why is Miss Sky not holding the knife? That's such a fucking stupid leap in logic. Because maybe she didn't take a photo of the time. My god, it's so fucking stupid. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts. Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? The blood on the jacket. Huh? The dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's black and white. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but that could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea? I don't know, fuck it. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Like, the fact that you have to think, what was it, like 15 text panels ahead? Namely, that she took the moment the picture. Yeah, I read that fucking bullshit. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. I hate these fucking constraints so much, dude. That's it. You run out of lunch, you order seconds. No problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. He killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. I mean, you never know. It just... We're only on the first day. We already have to make this many fucking leaps in logic. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? Like, it kind of relies on Phoenix being kind of a fucking idiot. If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. Alright, the murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor dude came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Ms. Starr. This is bad. It's got them thinking this is all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. I think I have an idea. I have to think, like, really... I have to start thinking more, like, stupidly abstract than specific. Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. You already said this. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness for a bit, shall we? Don't smile like that. Blue Badger proves it. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. My guess is that it's not premeditated because the car came so soon before that you couldn't plan that. And I'm wrong. Alright. Now I'm at a loss again. Cool. Fuck it. Blue Badger. Alright, well, we're out of options. I think my thought process here was really fucking, like, decent, but apparently that doesn't count, so... When I do it, yeah. Is there something I haven't tried? I guess I haven't tried this. But I figured that would be wrong, and I was right. I've tried all of them, haven't I? Yeah, I tried all of them. So the solution isn't to present evidence for this, but it's also not to press this. So this new bit of the testimony has nothing to do with anything, apparently. So I have, apart from my attorney's badge, I did this, 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 and I did this. What? Did I not do this? No, I did this. I did do the knife. Murder was planned, the rubber gloves prove it. Oh my god. It's going to use identical logic to this. You know what this is? You're trying to test me? I sell lunches for a living, you know. It's a knife. The knife. Knife that was used in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. It's with this case. The bloody murder fucking chief. The defendant is. Mommy, are you prosecutors bad people? Oh, this is the audience. The defense has a request. We ask the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and yet that's why she was wearing those special gloves. It was like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? It's the same logic of my fucking parking tag. Only mine also covers hiding the body as well. The knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. I'm so mad. I decided to think vague and 2 steps ahead, but you're supposed to think vague and 1 step ahead. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister was as good as free. My sister's as good as free. Right? I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? Hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned, not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Ugh, the prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That's the only thing the prosecution need to prove, nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. You thought? How dare you? Our powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now? Honest guy intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's still what you think. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Alright, well that's easy. Just fucking handing me a fucking cupcake now because the game feels bad for me. So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense... That's a good point, actually. Good job, Emma. In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. It's gonna toss me a fucking cupcake of a goddamn objection. Holy shit. Fuck you, game. Oops, I fucking skipped it by accident. There's no way this is wrong. Eat my butt. She stabbed him again and again. But you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? And I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid that moss has grown under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this. But take a look. The autopsy report states the death was due to loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right! Judge, did you read the case? Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. Then jump across here and go to their side. What about my objection? No one noticed. Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood. When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Yeah. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Can we just admit, can we all just admit that this fucking witness is no longer, like, you know, good? Like, this is a unreliable witness at this point. Come on, she's changed her testimony 3 times. At what point is a witness considered, you know, unreliable? Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Her red muffler? What the fuck is a muffler? Apart from the thing in a car. You explain? Her red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck, so she can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. This guy was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? Oh wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. But it also works as a bib too, though, doesn't it, Judge? A judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like a kindergarten sometimes. Actually, she's not even wearing it. Do you think I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one knife wound. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Yeah, no kidding. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wick burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick can burn longer. Yeah, dude. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Yeah, let's just pull up the picture and show that she's not wearing a fucking scarf. Thank you, game. Thanks for the next cupcake. I'm enjoying these fucking delicious cupcakes you keep on throwing me. Eat my ass cheeks, Edgeworth. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or a muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Dude, with the fucking burn. Edgeworth just gave this one to me. He's stealing my objections. Are you not realizing this? He's saying what I would say. I don't understand. He's stealing all my thunder. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. Not that, but something red. Really? Well, now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well. Witness, continue your testimony. Can we just fucking kick her out? You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. No, this is done. This testimony is done. Get her out of here. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. By the way, she responded to a thought Phoenix had, by the way. I don't know if you realized. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what made me confused in my earlier testimony. The prosecution made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. And that wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self. Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. Yeah, you know, you people are. Everyone's weak to that. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? They're hard to imagine. Oh, but she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Roar, X3. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you will. After the murder, the suspect turned behind a partition up to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights, and arrested her on the spot. Yes, I arrested her. She mentioned the muffler. She mentioned the muffler? Why? What exactly did she say? Remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... By phone, do you mean the cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory is like a salmon, heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see Ms. Starr. Chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car. There was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently, it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone? Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. Things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. I saw it all. How she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell instead. Chief prosecutor made to escape, but resistance. She made to escape? Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. A terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pate of foie gras. Huh? She even kicked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum? There's an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime. But it's strange. What's that? If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The other... Ah. Parking lot entrance. Yo, Edgeworth, are you fucking helping me? That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run off from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries. Wish we could solve a few before finding more, though. So Miss Sky tried to run. Sorry my sister is so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it. You have to believe me. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind the partition up to her side. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Bitch, there's a partition! I like to see... How is she still in this fucking courtroom, dude? I like to see this on the floor plans just to be safe. The lunchtime car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in the B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? I would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Ms. Starr? Yes, that's right. There's a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing, the Coffin Queen lunch lady athlete, indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. She couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence is about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Wait, no, how are we not pushing this? Oh my god. Fine, I'll just present this as evidence. How is it? Arrgh! So where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There's a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha, I was going to ask the same thing. Only say this one time, so listen close, rookie. Hey. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. She then picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. She pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. And when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? I'm just lost again. How we can't call her out on the fucking partition is literally blowing my fucking mind. When you arrested her. What? Oh! Fine, we'll press it this time. You mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? Okay, but that contradicts what she just said. She said that once she arrested her, the phone was hung up. So she wouldn't be saying muffler while she was getting arrested, because the phone was hung up at that point, which is why I used the phone as the evidence. But apparently, you aren't actually supposed to listen to the things that she says. Right? Two rescuers stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Pick up the phone, out of photo. She pulled the phone out of her pocket. And then I made the mad dash. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prospector hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What is it, Mr. Wright? Like... But like, how is what I'm saying not about I use the phone on this one instead? It's not my fault. Like, how is she still allowed on the stand, dude? There's like 40 contradictions that I can't point out. But I can't, there's no evidence I can use that points that out. No. But you just said that you grabbed her. Point it out, Phoenix. Phoenix, with this new evidence, you should be able to point this out. God, there's so much contradictions that are not being fucking taken seriously. In her fucking statement, she says... Oops. Okay, wait. Theory time. Murder happened at 5:15. She called at 5:18, which means it took her 3 minutes to quickly catch her. I will now press E. God. Oh God, we're getting attacked. Die all. Okay, so maybe we use it here. There we go. Oh my God, dude. But the thing is that almost all of mine that, like, weren't just fucking random guesses could also work as an objection to make. There's so many holes in this fucking testimony, but only one of them has a script. As Star, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Yeah, except for all the parts that she said she fucking hated prosecutors, but whatever. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Ms. Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me and I'll make you cough it all up. Like, at this point, honestly, she's not a viable witness at this point. I mean, for real, like, no court of law would take this witness's testimony at this point. It's fucking riddled with flaws. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in Block B, you couldn't have seen it. Now, Judge, I'm not finished. There's at least 7 more things I need to address real quick. What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you would allow me a question? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about what she saw. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Skye using that emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. What's the matter, Star? Cat got your lunchbox. Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Miss Star lie like that? Huh? Why would she say that my sister had tried to use the phone but failed? Because she knew that the phone was deactivated. Doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh, dang, she's right. I mean, maybe she's really did see her try to use the emergency phone. No, you gotta think about this other way, Emma. Your sister's life. I see no room for doubt here. You ordered the patooey on rice, right? Mr. Wright, I thought you had something here. Whoa, wait, huh? She lied about the order of events. Miss Sky used the emergency phone before the murder. I see, I hadn't thought of that. That took the wind out of her sails. Oh, Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but how would you eat my fucking ass? Why would she lie about where she saw it? See, the problem is, she's lying about literally everything. Like, nothing she's saying in her fucking testimony is true. There's not even a fucking kernel of truth in it. But the game only wants me to point out one fucking lie out of dozens. Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is the significance about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean... Yeah. Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to your clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. What the fuck? I don't like this case. So where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points to one location. Yeah, just let me click it. Thank you. This is the only place where she could have been. Security guard room? Indeed, the security room is in the underground parking lot is well positioned. There's no such thing as a coincidence scream. What the fuck? I don't care what Adobe Creative Cloud was doing while I was gone. Fuck Adobe Creative Cloud. All my homies hate Adobe Creative Cloud. Oh god, it's a TikTok.
There is no such thing as a coincidence. The fact that you're watching this video means you are energetically aligned with me and this message. Your thoughts create your reality. But you already knew that, yet you still live a life that you dread.
Excuse me.
That is because when you visualize your dream life, you unconsciously believe that it is unrealistic.
The fuck? He looks like a high-res Oblivion character. Indeed, the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. Why there? It looks like a snake, that's fair. But why there? There are so many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness not being part of the prosecutor's office couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. Hey, I have a question. The prosecutor's office. It's a prosecutor's garage with a security room in the garage to overlook the parking lot, thus meaning they find some significance in monitoring the area. Do cameras not exist in Phoenix Wright World? I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Star, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Star. Wait, we know there's cameras because of case 3. What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I am not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I will do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty, is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, does this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make any sense. Can you get out of here? Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. Wait, then how'd she get this photograph? This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. The truth still stands. Please. Please, find that brain cell, Phoenix. You can do it. It's somewhere back there. What? A witness is found to be lying. They're guilty of perjury. Yeah, but no one's gotten... No, hang on. At least 100% of the witnesses have lied on the stand so far. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Star witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. Must have been a vital difference, but what? What would change? Oh. I'm dying, dude. Well, technically all of these would change, but which one's the vital difference? I would say the distance. Guys, the music stopped playing. That's a good sign. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. Oh, but out. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness, you... Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm done. That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking lot in B block. That's quite the detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. We're off the stand. This changes things considerably, but it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have a photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. I have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Right, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Yes, you do. 5 minutes between the witness of the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You couldn't make a pasta in that amount of time. You like it al dente? Where are you going, Phoenix? I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. I don't know, dude. This whole fucking case is just... I just fucking don't... It's just this... A 5-minute blank? Isn't that strange? Strange? You were a criminal? What would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. This guy dawdled at the scene, at the crime. She even had her picture taken. Yeah, and she's also lied every one of her sentences. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. How come we didn't bring up the fact that the phone call happened 3 minutes after the murder? How come we didn't bring that up? You would have her hook, line, and sinker right then and there. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Fortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it. We screwed that can shut. Alright, well, I read can and shut and made a word that I shouldn't say in my mind. That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. And also, could you please arrest her for perjury? Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. Oh my god, dude. Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Ms. Starr. Ah. This is for your jumbo lump. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? A triple decker? Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. This is the special 5th case that they just had to add. Yeah, let's see it. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. Yeah. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Yeah. There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all of your lunch and decisive evidence needs. How would you fucking try these nuts? Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? And why do you have it, and why wasn't it in the custody of the police? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? Yeah, what you don't act all fucking high and mighty and angry. All you've been doing all day is lying. I just destroyed my fucking glasses with just smearing all over my fucking lenses. You must know the rule for evidence law. Oh my god, the 2 rules of evidence law. Oh, tell me, Edgeworth. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. How can you be a developer of Phoenix Wright and write that line? In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective, as I mentioned previously. The shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. No, Edgeworth, don't get angry. You were right. Yeah, every second. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. The prosecution complaints notwithstanding. Could have forged it, yeah. Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. I was a doctor. This'll go just fine. It appears this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, oh, judgy judge, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. White enamel shoe bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lana Skye. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Okay, booby lady, calm down. Yeah. Okay. $5:12. $5:18. That's 6 minutes. I was down there for fucking minutes. Now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were on one, of course, is the victim's. Yeah, what's this? Well, she said that she witnessed the murder. The murder occurred at 5:15 p.m. And she was on the phone at 5:18. Which means that was only 3 minutes. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with the blood test. No, I want to know why No, Phoenix. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie. That's not what I was... Phoenix! Well, speak up. Wait, the music stopped. Do I do a right choice? Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. You forgot about a few, but that's fine. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types of all blood tests out there, which means we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. So I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone's but Lana Skye's. The suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of the Detective Goodman. Brady's going to say that. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. I'm just gonna fucking go for it. Nope. Why didn't you lie? Why'd you lie about those 5 minutes, bitch? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. And why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book, even perjury, which you should currently be pulled out of the fucking courtroom. When the suspect is admitting she did it. But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all. I don't know, buddy. Look, it's not good, but maybe murder's worse. Let's just get this over with. And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police from it. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunch bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next. So you brought it to the forensics department? If you were going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensic expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And the blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman? As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client, she is in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. That's right. Don't you have a problem with this shoe? Problem? This is critical. There's a problem with the victim's shoe. I mean, look at this picture. Yeah, there's a problem with the shoe. This bitch can't stop lying. I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Miss Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with the evidence. The whole fucking thing. The shoe itself. It's just the shoe. The problem with this evidence is here. Where? Take that finger and point in your own head, Mr. Wright. Like, but I guess that wasn't it. What the? Guys? The shoe is black. Thank you. Fortunately for you, this shoe is far from being perfect evidence. Alright, I swear to God, guys, if she's still allowed to talk after this, I don't know what to say. What? The shoe directly contradicts what we know about the crime. The shoe doesn't fit. And also, if she did get her shoe off, it would be noted that she only had one shoe on her for some reason. Order, order. What do you want? You're claiming there's a contradiction with the shoe? As I said, the shoe doesn't fit what we know about the scene of the crime. Very well, let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say about the shoe. About the shoe contradicts what we know about the crime. Show us the problem with the evidence. Dude, it's the whole fucking thing!
It's a white shoe!
Do I have to click on the blood? Is that what it is? Is that the fact that that's just not? It's not the fact that that's just not the shoe that she's wearing. I guess it's the fact that it's a white shoe. Sorry, that there's blood on the shoe. What is wrong with the shoe then if it's not the fact that it's just not the shoe she's wearing? Is it this? Is there like a size tag or something that I'm missing? Bloodstain. Okay, so the problem lies in the footprint. The footprint. Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any footprints found by the scene of the crime? You can see. There were no traces of any such footprints. Her shoes are also black in this image. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order, order. Well, witness. What, huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of footprints is a contradiction, but then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. Oh, my fucking God. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator to this woman, a leopard woman. Roar. I thought that was a strange thing for a normal cool-headed chief to do. Nope. kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that? I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness. Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. But it doesn't matter because it's still not the shoes she was wearing. Water? What is this? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha, you don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. This isn't really happening. This isn't actually happening. This is a dream. I'm gonna wake up. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. After the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why? That's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That remains me. Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Did she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? Dude, you could take a fucking 30-year shit and I would still be freaking out about this. So that's when my sister's blood got caught on the shoe. Okay, so I'm gonna guess this game is just gonna go with the fact that that's actually her shoe. Even though she's wearing black shoes in the picture. Not to mention the white shoes would not go with that outfit at all. All right, it's her shoe. That's my sister's blood got on the shoe. Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor? Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. You're just gonna... There you go, buddy. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. That's not a man's shoe. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well? I thought you had your fill, but you are demanding a second helping. What the fuck, dude? Everything, no matter what happens now, it doesn't matter because she shouldn't even be allowed to talk anymore. Another lunchbox, a lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. Okay, I'm sorry. This is fucking easily the worst case. This is a fucking headache. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you'll be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. So it is Goodman's shoe. Okay, fine. That was not stated. How'd you get this photograph? Listen to the muffler. photograph. I had it just in case anyone with the gall to suggest. The white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Ah! So she was saying that was not the victim's shoe. She was saying that was she was saying that was Lana's shoe, because we were like, well, then how come there aren't footprints, right? I hate this. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Yeah, she couldn't have knocked it over afterwards or anything like that. She couldn't have knocked it over herself. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. Sorry, Mia. Right? Wet or not? Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Fuck off. Yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. The last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I like to declare a verdict for good. Oh my god. Stop. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? What do you mean, can it wait? Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give it each piece of evidence proper consideration. Let us lose, Mia. I'm fine, just slap my record. Edgeworth earned it at this point. This is godly levels of trolling, dude. So, right. You are saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem with this photograph. You think so? What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. Yes. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. Please. Save me from this fucking hell. A muffler is also part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see. Fucking, what's that suspicious looking claw sticking out from the car's muffler? This is the judge gone senile. So what if there is something sticking out from the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Ms. Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much as in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case. I don't know. Is it obvious? My brain is fucking mush at this point, guys. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Ms. Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes. And I arrested her. She mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earliest testimony. Muffler. Arr. Yerg. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means that this piece of evidence, this cloth, is vital evidence. Oh, who's me? Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Yeah, you should have done that fucking 2 hours ago. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Shut the fuck up, Judge. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. It should have been inspected before the fucking trial. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all of the evidence. Agreed. Shut the fuck, this fucking judge. I'm so mad. I suppose so. That was close, but we made it, at least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry. What do you mean 30 minutes? Yeah. Mr. Wright? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake without to reach the surface? Yeah, like, it's so annoying. No matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except today, we're swimming in a quicksand. What happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant to tell the truth. Hola, partner. Straight, yo, not okay, you know, kidding. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up his temper. As they told me when I was youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Though I'd come to take a look see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's tastes in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow on that slender neck many times. I saw that day too. He was wearing a red muffler. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? I bet, yeah. By the way, in a fucking court, he's got a knife. In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Ms. Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! By the way, you don't use steak sauce on ribs. Fucking idiot. Also, you shouldn't even be using steak sauce because steak sauce is gross. I'd like to resume. I'd like to not. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. You okay, buddy? Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. You hate Marshall. What's... Oh, fuck. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it's time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable! Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Edgeworth is on edge, yeah. Excuse me, knock knock? Who's there? Is that Satan? What's with this guy? Strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. The temperature rose 5.7 degrees when the man came in. What on earth is he? And it's you. Oh, sorry I'm late. The roads were packed, it's just me. Long time no see. How you been? Swim much these days? Ah, hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy smizzy oogie boogie bee. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Oogity seems to be his nickname for the judge. Sorry, but who are you? So, you're Wright-O, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks. So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. What the fuck are you doing here? Little worthy? Mr. Wright? You don't know the district chief of police? Yeah, but what are you doing here? Chief of police? He's a top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Stop giving me that fucking yep cock face, dude. Name's Gant. Damon Grant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. He's fucking losing it, dude. Just thought I'd help you by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime scene occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. Oh, little Worthy's card, no less. They're just fucking dragging the runtime. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. Oh, what's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Telling you to wait, or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document, where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking the signature is there. Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah. Court accepts this new evidence. But I like to ask the defense a favor, Foist. Yeah, what? Just be sure. I like to take a look at the blade of the knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Did you open it up for me, I wonder? Why am I doing it? Yes, well, I think all of you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point at people anymore. Okay, finally, a good joke. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Fine, I'll fucking... Oh, the game's playing itself, John. Don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip's broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Found the crime scene wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Small tag attached. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife. Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really. Knife is special, but I can't say how here, unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. This was a bad day for the department. They weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed in the police department. See? What a mess. Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk about it. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Oogie. You haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second, you said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at prosecutor's office. Okay. Obviously. Yeah, anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might as well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Department in disorder. Yeah, fucking mental disorder. Oh, Danganronpa, you taught me so well. Fuck, dude. You guys see it? Wait a second. Just in case. At last, an honest to goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with the Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Ah, an honest to goodness, what do you mean from Wiggity? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. Reads SL9 too. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? Using Marvel vs. Capcom 3. 6 minus 7S 12-2? 12/2? Your Honor? It's upside down. Dude. If it wasn't for Danganronpa 1 Case 1, we would have been here forever. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and what do you get? Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife tag. Order. Well, Chief? Oh, well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. It was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do any investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. It's really a number. Forever, Leon will haunt me. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this case, to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. Wait, there's still more? Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So, something did happen? And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy with that Lana case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? Urgh! I want to die. I hate this case. So this knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Oh, you don't say, sweetheart. On the same day the detective was killed in the prosecution's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it? Ooh, diggity. I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested them, in fact. Just arrested. That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. Suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on the case. Don't worry, I don't eat weed brownies. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. Fucking tell me. I don't care. Just tell me why are we playing this game? I'll tell you one thing. What the fuck? We know when it happened. We can presume they were probably killed in the same fashion. Okay, where was the victim found? So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. So this thing, I can't say that. But I can say the crime that took place in the evidence room. Wait, but wait. But you, wait. You just said you couldn't tell me. And then you told me where the murder happened. Wait a second, I have heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in a case that was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. We did? The link between the two cases established, we have finally some leverage. Leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Not officially linked, so here I can't talk much about it. I don't care. Testify about these cockhead falls. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Well, it's pretty obvious that you're the bad guy. Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number of the knife's evidence bag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed, there do seem to be too many connections for there to be a coincidence. I want a case where he's the murderer. This fucking face, dude. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right there. You can remember. Let me be less painful. I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. We get to the information? Unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. Yeah, you know, in a court of law, you know. Hey, lady that types everything that people are saying, can you just stop for a moment? What, really? Who would have guessed? I would have. This is the most corrupt fucking, like, legal system of all time. I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? Oh, God. Just then you're not cooperating. You're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. The victim's ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'd be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't get your hopes up. Number is? He's not gonna tell me. Okay, thanks. 5842189. Thanks, sweetheart. Well, that's quite a long. We have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8, 2. I can't do it. You didn't even get to the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? ID number of the victim in the police department is. This tells me something. Yeah, let alone the chief. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning. It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department. Tells you something. What does it tell you? Hey, remember when Edgy was talking about the legality of evidence? Pretty sure this breaks that special rule number 1. But we're gonna forget that law. I guarantee it. Right about now. Stop it with the yep cock face. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just... You can't prove you didn't do it, so fuck off. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department's prosecutor's office, 2 places. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. That face is gonna haunt my fucking nightmares, dude. And this means what exactly? He forgot the number, so he doesn't know. Get out of here, dude. Huh? Wait, that ID number, we've heard that from the chief earlier. That started with an 8 too. I've forgotten. Didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief of the police gave us was 5842189. What is the problem, Edgeworth? Wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Yep, cock. Oh, sharp as attack, righto, sharp as attack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time and in completely different location? He just likes to say it at this point. He really likes to say it. No, what I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Oh my god, he is Satan. Or didn't you hear me? Yeah, dude, no kidding. The oversight, the grave error? What the fuck was that? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright? Have we heard that name before? Wait, aha!
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of Chief, sir. I got your report, sir.
That's him. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me, he said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky case. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. This is... I'd rather fucking be subjected to fucking water torture. He did seem challenged. Oh my god. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I... No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What? Now, by the way, remember, this guy just fucking showed up. Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's Rule 2. Unregistered evidence present must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is that rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before trial. Yeah, normally. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over there. Good job, Wright, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. Ow. Seems we have come to the end of this trial. Guys, we're done. Roll credits. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of that, what happened. If this is the last thing I do, you better get results this time, really. Give my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. Don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. The position is hard won, buddy. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Every punishment for this, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. Mr. Wright? So, what's going on with the case, anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see, what is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecution's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this "and the evidence room" part? The prosecution and officer of the I skipped the dialogue and I can't go back now that it's fucking gone. Over. My life. Everything. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or to try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed there in the evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? Oil drum, kicked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water. God, please don't give me flashbacks. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene, never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Hang on. We're gonna finish this. I need some coffee. All right, that'll kick in at some point. Big words for a high school student. Oh, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum was washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? The situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Why would you think that, Phoenix? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. Okay. Testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You said you had an extra pair of those things? Oh god. The test for blood reaction is spray luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find some bloodstains. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is the bloodstain? It's so... Ugh. Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. Doesn't something like you it's odd? Specifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Don't push your luck, Scoob. Oh yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved my allowance to buy that. Luminal testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Skye. You can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah, it feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ah! What the fuck? I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star, only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just what kind of lead does it really get? What kind of lead in does really get my mouth wet? That kind of, I fucking don't care. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It's my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from the security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. Fucking shut up. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Shut up. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Yeah, what are you still doing here? How are you not in jail? Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. The chief prosecutor, Skye, stabbed a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the coughed up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go. I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL6 incident. SL9 incident. Sorry, DL6, SL9, it's fucking happening. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... I don't care. What do I think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife and on that note. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know? Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. You think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? What? Tell me more! Talk to me, bitch! And then get the fuck out of my way. I'm busy. Really, Emma? Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Skye. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. Just what kind of world do you think we live in? I'm so glad that most of these investigations for the evidence is like really vital. Just tell me about the DL6. Where'd you go? Oh, never mind. What the fuck do I do to make her talk to me about it? How about this? I had one of those up until 2 years ago, back when you were a cough-up queen, right? We found this ID card here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID the man who was killed in the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Good. I want to know when you come into fucking play. We're talking about tea. We're wasting my fucking time. I'm going somewhere else. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives running around so fast, they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all. The evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we've got at the desk, at the front desk, here it is. She's a little like a kid at the music park. Guess so. Busy. Just imagine right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow I thought fails to excite me. Let's talk to the... Can I go into the... Huh? Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder, Detective. Yeah, I can't... Yeah, but the same... Yeah, I know, guys! It's crazy! Sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we'll wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Can't go into the evidence room. I want to watch One Piece. Looks like Ms. Sky is in for questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How'd you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How is she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they'd arrest a suspect of the police department murder? Let's come back later. Look, a door. It must mean something. I'm not sure that door means anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? That's where Miss Star saw the incident. You can probably see quite a lot from up there. That probably means she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Sky stab him. I'm not even gonna fight it anymore. Where's the security guard anyway? This is just something I heard. But apparently he went out to buy coffee for Ms. Star. That woman is a force to be reckoned with. A ladder. That's a step ladder. That's the difference between scientific. Yeah, I already talked about this. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Yeah, we already know it doesn't. This is the famous oil drum. One time like the present, I'll try to kick it over myself. Yeah. That's okay, don't cry. That Lana Sky must be one strong woman. Yeah, fuck, how come we're not talking? This rope, is it? Yep. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body. As red as a sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, alright. The body was found in the car's trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken too. So the question is, why did Miss Sky choose this car? So what model car is it? I think it was called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. That's not a model. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. Thank you, Emma. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license. Phoenix, get your fucking driver's license. Stop riding a bike. Alright, I know where I have to go. The only place we haven't gone to. Let's see, I don't have too much fun. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday, and I'm sure it'll still be as just classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. Aww. I'm sure he's off doing more investigations. Hope that's what he's doing. Guess we'll have to come back. Whoa, these files are all case files. They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought the Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. Strange. Why did I see picture gumshoe? We're not gonna look for it. Okay, fine. Fine. So yeah, this fence is 9 feet high at least. Well, no time like the present. I think I'll give it a little try. Oh, we're doing something new. Oh my god, Emma. It's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a Lunchland Olympics team. Or Emma. She dropped the phone, the pavement, a muffler, right? Little did I know it was a trap. Red car's muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler. That was what Miss Sky was really trying to say, I wonder. Body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. You think he owes me his gratitude? Gratitude? Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been the suspect. And I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? This is the way the game was intended to be played. We already talked about this. Sorry, I talked about this. Think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. Even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Stewart. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? Did we finally get something? Finally, guys. Holy shit. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. Nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable to who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence, so they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? Oh, on the basis of evidence of a sort, made up evidence. What, you mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. But could it be... Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer, Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9. There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I came to sell lunches in this accursed office. I came here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. This Star's old boyfriends, how many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 had disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie? What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch. You know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Okay. Ms. Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister and made me jealous, and he was nice to me too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were, nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Alright, well fuck it. At this bathroom. Whew. Alright, where's Marshall gonna be? Oh, probably here. Oh, I think he might be here. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. Beyond this door is the evidence room. Scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh, what's wrong? Those cacti, they're so prickly and so imposing, it's hard to think straight. Can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is the guard station. If the guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. That trap. Look on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set as a trap or something. Trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. Very likely. But the lasso missed. I sure have an active imagination. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. A light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check out who went in and out of here. Then let's do it. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. Yeah, do you like your sister or not? I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more than an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging there. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, and a leather... What's that called again? A pinchy... Oh, I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. The swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Yeah. Hey, we're really locked out. Of course not. If you went in through there, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a "you're" than myself. Every fucking bit of dialogue here is completely worthless. Place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please. Oh, well, wasn't that... One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. Oh, God. We just caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing at the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. The perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrest them, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Sitting around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down there having a good cry. Later. You're not to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Did they fuck it? Is it? They get the cowboy. So I do feel bad about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. I don't want to do this. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. I like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, is he, you, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? I hate this. What? This is an unexpected turn of events. Just get this over with. Get this fucking over with. Stop. What the fuck, game? Ow, I can't hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Mr. Marshall. Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Ah. What the fuck? The heck is he? What the heck is this guy doing? What happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hand. Just like Ms. Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? You're welcome, I just saved you from the fucking screeching noise. Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? Fuck. But sir, there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do. Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed the knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. I don't mean to pry, but are you the perpetrator? You are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Hate this. You have to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir. And label me a victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. I can't save you guys anymore from it. I can't tell when it's gonna happen. I don't have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Can I go? Can I please leave now? I don't want to talk to him. Watchmakers, this is for you. I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir, that's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. I guess we can take a look at this. I'm sorry, sir, I don't really know, but maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Fine, I'll go to Edgeworth. I'll just get a fuck away from you. Fuck, dude. How the hell can I get there? He's not here. I'm about to lose my fucking mind. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. Why did you even bother saying that? Patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. It's me. How many fingers do you see? I'm sorry, I don't know. Well, that's 20 for the left, but nowhere near that for the right. Big glasses, officer. It wasn't a salute, it was an eye test. Make a good pair. Already had all these conversations. We're just gonna fucking do everything. What? Detective killed in the evidence room? Tell no one outside the police department. No. I told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting a demotion, hopefully. Police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. Same fucking joke every fucking time. Nothing here is important. Not a single fucking thing. I have to talk to him. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. Why? I'm gonna mute the entire thing. That's it, sir. That's it. What's what? That's what. My head was blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. I mean, you remember what happened? Correct. That card. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. I think maybe he means I can talk to him now. Yes. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you, I was flustered as you are. I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Don't undo the others before they undo you. Do unto others do unto others before they do unto you. My father's own words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I woke, I was there. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Well, let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if his body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here. They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. The videotape? The security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? Sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. You're damn fucking right. No thanks, I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. Do they mean this crime scene? Oh, wait. I can turn the audio back on. Looks like there's a video feed from the other room. But that is like this says a recording. What the fuck? Fuck me, dude. What do I do now? Maybe I can talk to... Maybe, Edgeworth is here now? Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's the Police Chief Gant. You're sure this is all, You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bullshit under his cushion, behind his computer. Fucking just roll on that runtime. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you can call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Aha, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, ho, ho. Chief Grant, preparing for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they have had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in the 40-year career. In court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore the reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you, the detective getting killed on their turf too. I mean, they're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the Chief of Detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the Chief of Detectives to do. Let's see if we can discreetly ask him. I'm sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the Chief of Police want to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away everything, every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonged to Detective Goodman still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. But you kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. You didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. A half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought that the day would come when Righto asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Dude, with the Yepcock, Christ! Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourselves out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Evidence room is beyond that door. We have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made by Bambina's sky is so gray? Officer Marshall, why does it have to be him? What's that why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw, that card you got there is on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw. Well, what y'all stand there for? Get along, little doggies, the crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. Over here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. That smell. Ah, it reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. And this... Is this from my baby? Yeah, Ms. Starr. What's this? What's wrong? Filet steak lunch? I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask, smack. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, but I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy. He kept getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. Yes. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. Need the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. Right. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL6 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? SL9. That was my case. That was my case. It's all solved in the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. Days ago, the day of our case. That's right. Evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? You dude, I can't wait till he's on the fucking stand with a knife. And one more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. Card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Okay, well there he is. This is the ID record card. A full knife step, yeah. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you any more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on the record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there is some way I can prove this record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain this whole transferal thing is about? Keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. Yeah, and he should be shaved clean at this point. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was mistakes, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in an underground vault in the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. See now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed, forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. Look, the 4th number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. ID card record added to the court record. I got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. February 23rd. Evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. This is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Yeah, it doesn't fit at all. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Whoa! Oh, shit! You slap him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So it is true, what I heard. Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room. You just saw this. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant, will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're the boss so now you're the boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Scene of the stabbing of Detective PD. Okay. I was about to applause hard. Boss for a day. So Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're the boss, why are you here all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the Inquiry Committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you'd call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning and the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only the one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't close my own right hand. That's unfortunate for you, buddy. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint. Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get a shock. That's what if that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking out every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Okay. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection, that was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That's the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would events from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left in that case. Okay. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder. Serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And that was 2 years ago. That put Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Fuck. Rumors about forged evidence. It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Okay. Did you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa. What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? It's Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list. It belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? What? Okay, it's been updated. Alright, why would Edgeworth have to come to the evidence room? Something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet the evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you have things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had to had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. But he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Blood. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? I should use her testing fluid to check it out. Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light is above the door is lit. That locker is coded with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Someone left the glove here, but only one glove. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. Well, you got your peg there, buddy. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Oh, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to look like some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. Jesus Christ. See the stickers on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Yeah, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why? I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's what I always carry, around a tube of glue. Oh, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Fuck. Whoops. Alright, well, I'll probably still be here. Oops, wrong way. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too, in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Jar added to the court record. Must have been that must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, Detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? That proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it in the floor plans. Hey, if you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, Detective? This locker. It's mine. It's yours. Please. You have to help me. When they come take me away, promise you'll testify that I won't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can trust the police. What? But you're a detective. You can't. I think they said you can't. Something like that. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. Just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on my floor plans. Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be doing? You going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day. It might help, you know? Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but problems? Nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. His enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe. I'm off, pal. Later. Should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Fuck. Ah, guess. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg you leave so long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right? He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective, Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You're lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigations for the case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Oh, right, I had better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. Chief of police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief was never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. And can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Screwdriver added. Okay. Stubborn as always. I told you this is nothing to do with the current case. I know you. You probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with the case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in? What are you... You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago, too, then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I wanted to know is why was the chief deputy of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with with a vicious murder. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister, what? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. Been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me, are you sure? We're the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these Detective Gumshoe as well? Alright, fingerprints for... Yep, you already said that. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Oops. Rescue turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. Let's choose the finger that will leave behind the clearest print. I can't really tell a difference from the glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. I'm starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? It looks like that did the trick. Aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well and spread, just blow it away. Just blow away the excess. How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow. Looks like fun. Might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. Guess I'd better give it a try. you did it. But this looks like nothing like a fingerprint. Now you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left his handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. Hey, what's up? I'm dying inside. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints. Look at the other locker door again closely. It seems there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can't find a clear print. Hey! Wait, what? Come on. There we go. Is that not enough for you, game? Oh my goodness. I just want to be done, dude. Finally. Just taking forever, and the last case is so ridiculous. A print so clear it's dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? Guess she's right. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I guess I'll just keep going until I'm done, but hell, dude, this thing is long. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. That's great to know. So whose fingerprints we'll most likely find in the evidence locker? Probably Gumshoe. It's his fucking locker. Dude, how you liking Hollow Knight? I remember you saying you never played it before. So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Dude, Hollow Knight is probably, if not my, like, I can't say for sure, but it's definitely at least one of my favorite games of all time. It is so amazing. You give me this so what look. I don't know. I guess that probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. I guess they never miss, huh? You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. God, there's so much goddamn evidence. Sinking feeling. Wait, what the fuck? I'm still streaming. No fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Wanna try using this? There you go. Yeah, check for prints. Why wouldn't we? Why is it even giving me the option not to do that? Watch One Piece? Bro, I've watched so much. Let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something, Foist. What? The area where the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have to be wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of our hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones we left by the bloody hand. No problem. Have a good night. Really? There we go. Is it not good enough for you, game? Come on. How much do I need to do? Thank you. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints have been added to the court record. It's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime, Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are the same place. Oh, so we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall? Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. To be continued. Yeah, well, we're still going. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? This is right up there with me having to fucking read Steins Gate for 10 hours. The voice is dying. I think the prosecution is confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. Hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how did it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. Plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... As much to my regret, I am as much in the dark about this as they are. Ms. Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person at the police department evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. That kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? You have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Ms. Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. I swear to God. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. You're telling me, buddy. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I'll present evidence related to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. He didn't bring his fucking megaphone, did he? Yeah, I think she wants to jump his bones. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir, I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, Wait, I didn't read it. Oh well. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again. You gotta believe me, sir. Actually, fucking what? I'm what you'd call a part of the youngster generation, sir. This is fucking torture. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgewood, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir? Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security camera and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Miss Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. God, this fucking case. It was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the reward ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Would you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It is 498989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh. But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. I see, so it was during that second time when... Yes, sir, that's when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay, added that data. I was only doing what I was trained to do. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir, a knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... Then I saw the blood trickling down my arm. I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, and then I did it. What exactly did you mean when you said you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See, he must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. For that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? It's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent from my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. What the fuck? Who decided to let that shit happen? It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and I was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Just pull shit right out of his yepcock face. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are you getting ourselves into? Yeah, this isn't fucking uncomfortable at all. Is this the new FNAF game? This is a fucking fever dream, dude. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security videotape added to the court record. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place. Yeah, no kidding. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Mr. Mann. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. I'm pressing the fucking continue button and nothing is happening. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with the contradictions. That's where I have to start. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video: the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it has his hand that opened the finger lock. I read that wrong, but you get what I mean. And it has his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. And it was his hand, not has. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage does not lie. That is, unless the defense can claim a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Yeah, sure. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such contradiction? Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. Maybe. He would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. The first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates that fuck you, then? The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins? Sir? Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that is the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Fuck was that noise? Order, what is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked the day of the crime. This shit is lit 100%. But the locker's lock are controlled by an electric system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Jam the sensor, say? There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please. Fucking don't even give me an option. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Dude, why are you making me watch this shit? This fucking crap is just extending the length of it artificially. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll up a great distances when I open my car doors, sir. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. Yeah, it does. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Dude, like, what the fuck? They're just playing it again! This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, that tie chokes me. But the object would have had to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator? Yeah, dude, guys. I don't even need to prove it. It's a fucking glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was the victim's locker. It has the tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. It is not so, Officer Meekins. Sir? It would appear so, sir. Order, order, order. So, are we to believe then that the victim whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman? Don't be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir. Oh, of course, sir. Is this a joke? No, it's fucking reality. Very well, begin your testimony. There's one other thing that proves that man was Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there is a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record, I see. I have an ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let's move on to the cross-examination. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. This very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something is to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order. Does the prosecution have a response? I don't know. I don't even remember 30 minutes ago. I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murderer in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you've finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ugh. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the very beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many unanswered questions. Trustworthy. What exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of the Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you are objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not, but I almost walked right to the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Oh my god. Just gotta pad that runtime. This isn't real. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. If this case was about 90% shorter, you're right, 100% shorter would make it even better. Is the prosecution prepared? Sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean, Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone who we have reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. Prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright, this person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? Why would I pick what? Just fucking do it for me, guys. You just said Texas Ranger. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution disagrees with the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Unfortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Need air. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. I see. It seems you've figured everything out. I haven't figured out anything. Anna, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making the detective run around all well. There's so much padding in this fucking chapter. And on top of it, and to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey. What the fuck? Jesus Christ! I didn't see you there. I didn't see you there, Chief Prospector Sky. That's okay, so have you brought what I asked? Oh my god! You mean this, right? I apologize, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. What was that sentence? This guy was a witness? Yeah, we received files. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, wait, now that I've brought you here, your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? My name's in there? I don't know unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana, that's over with. No. Emma, wait. Oh, she ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta go be somewhere. All right, pal. I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Perpetrator, Joe Dark, crime, serial murder, sentence, death, closed. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb, oh no, not Jeb, Neil Marshall. Trial data, head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witness Lena Skye and Emma Skye. Executive investigators Damon Gant and Lena Skye. Head investigators Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. I better take good care of this file. God, dude, I need water. I need more water than the world can provide. You know what breaks my heart? It doesn't say final day. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lena Skye. Emma didn't come back. I'm going to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh boy. I get my Texas Ranger out. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just the same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to papers, partner? What do you mean? A desperado soul is as balanced as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Yeah, can you share that with me? My job was to keep my wary eye on that bone orchard. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room protected by 2 security systems anyway. I remember, right? I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent, traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activation locks and the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activation locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not even being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. My favorite case? Probably the last one. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. Well, maybe not even, but like, it's hard to tell. It's either 3 or 4, honestly, but it's hard to. I like the ending. I like the concept of 4, but I think the 3rd is the best made one. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. Once a month? It's only natural my fingerprints being there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at this crime scene. The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or, you know, the murderer was wearing gloves. Or you didn't know, or whatever. See, I had nothing to do with it. Something like that. The witness explanation appears valid, although there is room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. The guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. And that and one more thing. That locker happened to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. And that's in there, and all that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. See, it'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. That would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please, consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. What do you mean by that? You want me to tie? You want to tie me to this crime? Isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth and the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without ever being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall is present, please do show. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Can you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in that video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. This fucking padding, dude. Dude. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. It would seem... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. You got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? Doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. Say open that locker, now prove it. Okay? Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, lockers aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No. Okay? Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? Alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion... Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's what the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. Well, that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed this the detective at the scene at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. I don't know. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? Why the fuck? He suddenly pulled out a knife. I think we need to, like, clear up this other incident first, and then we can talk about the other one, I guess. I think. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If a man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on this ID on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. You got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ugh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came out because he was disguised. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my one and only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. These controls, dude. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. Hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. Two years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Alright, seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's only one thing I still don't understand. The traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Marshall's confession. When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What'd you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activation lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because of a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Well, ain't that a good bit of luck? I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins knocked him out. Oops. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had Sorry I had to turn out that way. Me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If I had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. That's really stupid for a fucking evidence room. Oh shit. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates the crime took place. Where are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. No, you're not. Why'd you miss? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. Lewis has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget about the SL9 incident. You know why. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. Oh, your brother's dead. In a list of murder victims, Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, you received the same lousy prosecutor award that you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 incident before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant and the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That's all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. That's fucking stupid logic. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There is more to my brother's death than the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. Exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. If no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one, which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murders at the police department. It seems to me this boy has got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single... Could you imagine saying that sentence with a straight face? If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ugh. I rest my case. Since this trial has reached its conclusion, there is no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thank you. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. I don't even care anymore. This is proving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt that I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. I know, I fucking messed up, okay? But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Yeah, everyone here did. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Hold it! Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense has an objection, and a scientific objection. Right. What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense, please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. Want a minute? I'll give you 3. Ooh! I was kind of in a shock. I mean, finding out that the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentions it, names of both Skye sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I need oxygen. I mean, what Marshall was trying to do that day. I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. I mean, the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and I looked again. So, did you find it? Did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But, Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. Anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use. You handle it. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm not... sorry, could there be something I'm missing? There is no problem. This handprint left at the crime scene literally shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear to you... Sorry, it seems clear is your grasping. Seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here... Yeah, remember what I said? There's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor? Wait, now you're back. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of the proof. Why'd I read it like that? Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not there. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot of the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. So Wright, think it through, scientifically. Emma, shut up. That afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. Impossible. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Yeah. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. Dude, I'm seriously, like, unable to breathe. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves it occurred. When did the first incident occur? Summarize the defense's claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that event in the evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves it. Very well, then tell us. I'm fucking lightheaded. When did the first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. I still have some water. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. The crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. Doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. It couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 77777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this as soon as possible. Find out whose ID number is 777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We do not have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Yeah, that's bullshit. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? Your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Yeah, kill me. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Jeez, objections galore in this fucking case. Don't be stupid, she's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 77777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I meant. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? You need a witness to repeat the question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt powerlessness of the law. We felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me in the eye, an investigator in that crime, in the eye, and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. See, that's what I'm talking about. No, no! He's calling for order, guys. That's what he's doing. Lana's remarks cut. Just fucking read it yourself. I don't give a fuck. Wright and Co. law offices. Ooh. Dude, I'm holy crap, dude, this fucking case. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get... You already heard it. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. It's like everyone heard about these killings but me. Anna wanted Dark convicted so badly, that's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. He murdered Officer Marshall's brother. He left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night that prosecutor Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were all planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then, suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office, Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must have been why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known. He was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, it's all my fault. If I could just testify properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? just run you down and kill. Oh, I don't know anything. I don't know like, anything about that game. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Okay. Fuck. No, Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Oh, interesting. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. I bet. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. There's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's office. What the fuck? Why is the text so fast now? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made a chief prosecutor. That's how it works. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Well, why should we? Because you're supposed to be above the criminals, but we'll move on from that little hiccup. But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SNI incident was a reason for your transfer to the prosecution office. That's right. Did you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? Suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expect as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Good night, Ohio. Sweet dreams. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Ms. Stars, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was... You know how fast this case would be solved if people just fucking talked? She was amazing. They still talk about her, all the cases. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was critical in its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer as to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command, that means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. David Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the offices shared by Deputy Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw the 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay. No one's here today, not even Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we're just ending up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Oh my god, dude. Howdy, Bambino. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que Sierra. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambino? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prospector. Jesus! Prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why did prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Because I won't be getting a steak lunch today. I'm almost fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match for the wound the victim sustained. What does this mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with the forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He's one of the best prosecutors around. He had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close to his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By the nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Ms. Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would get suspicious. So they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are they talking about? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lena Skye. Investigation lead Damon Gant and his second in command, Lena Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Oh, sorry, that was Phoenix. Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. Never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lena's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It's certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. This is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. Must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief's prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do, about Mr. Edgeworth not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the building and take the elevator up to the top floor. Really? I mean, it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to Chief's office. Nice office. Jesus Christ. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was I didn't read it. Ba da 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 da. Never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you, Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that I need to attend to. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that's the case. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Well, I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. have I eaten since I started streaming? I've had some coffee. Does that count? Fucking Christ. Hey, Val. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Hi, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. I'm sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone's coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under the fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two and the court. It sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lady Sky is guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people out who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe if I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at that file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything? The only evidence Dark left behind during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written here, somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman who made him what made him take to serial killings? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. He then killed a lady. He's fucking reading. He's walked it himself, so then he killed two. Then a jogger came up to the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Murder weapon, right? Oops. About this. Hey, is that It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, the sudden disappearance from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. But what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Fuck. This knife was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside of his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Stabbed in the back, died from puncture to the heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Split the knife updated. Okay. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, go ask. You should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where the prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. Oh, well, that one won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So, in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. What if there's something we could show him that will make him change his mind? Dude, my head hurts. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Hey, he sure was quick to throw the paper on the floor. There it is. Tough day in court, huh? Had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you? Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Wow, what a nice guy. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office shared a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's my superior. I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh, yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because Chief asked you to. That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall of Chief Gant's office. Prospector, Jesus Christ, how come I keep on saying that? Prosecutor Neil Marshall had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That's what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction? That's what the award's based on. What? I'm just gonna take this. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around on my feet. Even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. What the fuck did I just do? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, the second means shield. You heard this story. Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. Then the king pointed this out, and the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. An ancient tale ends with the merchants at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if the result is something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given the shield? You have to ask Chief Gant. Years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Excuse me. Oh, what's up, girl? Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? The star, I guess she's out with lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kinda like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. That's a statement! Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on this very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to a mere coincidence. Nah, bro. Hopefully, like, no more than an hour. The longest I've ever streamed is 16 hours. Are you forgetting something? You know that little secret I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife? No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Yes, but I'm pretty sure this will be the last court session. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana, it all dates back to the 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll soon not forget. Yeah, no kidding. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo, Lana and Chief Gant. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up with our investigation. That's why we're so shocked over how it turned out. I mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecution office and became a chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, and Lana, second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence. You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forging evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana, and all the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated everything crooked and always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from the shock. So it makes it... Thank you. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. His star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lena transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. Objection. There's only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. How could he control Lana? Fuck. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh, you're back. Oh, still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files, turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Well, there's only one new piece of evidence. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth cannot be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. Even when I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know the different now. He trusted us detectives to prove him with sound evidence. Provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it, I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may as well be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Let's get in this prick's office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Oh, great. I thought that was an alarm. Oh. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Ah! Oh, I got slapped again. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just wondering if something might go wrong. I was worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? His ID crushed and rendered unusable in his pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Why the hell did I do that? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. This is a safe, isn't it? Word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. 7-digit number. Oh my god, fuck off! Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You wanna try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birth date was that, pal? 77777777, the final ID card number on the record. Yeah, much secure, very safe. What? The number of mysterious executive officer, the number of the mysterious executive officer who entered in the room that day. You mean 7? Oh, fuck off. That ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yeah, I guess we will. Why wouldn't we? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a sharp of broken cut. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Well, just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It seems empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. Look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, this is my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How dare. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put it back together. All those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? Ah, that's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe. You figure it out, buddy? Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Yeah, just fucking put it in there, bro. Let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, I'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding the evidence. Here goes. Whoa, I don't know if I can do this, guys. Whoa. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey, guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar, add to the court record. Gant blood traces. Gant safe. So we now need to do the cloth. It's got a hand on it. course I do. He was like a mentor to me. I've started out. He even gave me a solid cactus. Really? The Dick she'll listen to you, to all your troubles. Itself, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What are you looking at me like that for? Okay. Oh. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like to have a look at that. I'd like to look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints. That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. Talk about that cloth you found in the safe. Oh, yeah, the one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Yeah, it went away about 7 hours ago. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. So we're gonna powder on the cloth. And once you have been absorbed the prints, this way. Yeah. My mom, I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's just get this over with. Now, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the fingerprints are too old. They aren't clear enough to make a match. Oh, what are you fucking lying? Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on in here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Okay? See how any of that's useful. Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you, too. Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading on his desk. I wonder what he was reading. God, I'm falling apart. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. You look at the case... Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder, what's this doing here? Hold on, Detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what that... No, about the evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. List of evidence seemed too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. List of the evidence SL9 is ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. I can't really like read anything on this, can't? Oh, what the fuck? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like they're like that, Mr. Wright? Better not forget about this picture. Yo, Doug, what if like fucking Gant was like the serial killer all along? Oh, Attorney prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when interested both parties are involved. It really means it. Lena, fucking, I'm losing it. Was there more to talk to him about? I guess I didn't talk to him. Ah, you didn't, okay. The desk on the other side of the room. What was that? Was that yours, Subiba? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Alana. On the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This entire office is scants. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He uses it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be on alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Let's see. So ever since Lana left, no one's ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No. What? There's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. That's so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat. Uh-oh. Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog running into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. You don't mean me, sir. Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Yeah, me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. We'll be on our way too then. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like to word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. No, you with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? That's not good. Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get a picture. But how has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listen to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Good luck, buddy. After that, I heard from Emma. She said that the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Let's see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth, once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. And that's one chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you are unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you are incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think more like afraid. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you speak of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. Who is this person's name? Yeah, fucking don't even bother. Oh, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Gant falsified evidence in this case. The evidence list. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? These pieces of evidence from SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence is none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman, or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside of the trunk of Niles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, correct? I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that the murder weapon that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this knife stuck in it. Knife from the SL6 incident, serial killer John Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with the other knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood in the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Alright, I guess she sat him up to do the stabbing. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close Dark's case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, but by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have had a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I call my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Oh. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense lawyer and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's... I didn't read that last word. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. This is defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. The first time he's ever done something like this. Lena's hiding something, and the only way will ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Oh, don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. Well, this is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. You don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is your proposal? Please stop dragging out this fucking runtime. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, that should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like to put an immediate end to this trial. I confess to all charges against me. February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lena, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven in its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. No, it hasn't. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant, our boy fucking Edgeworth, coming in with a save. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gigant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I am no longer the naive boy you would have me be. This sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As the first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. Exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's requests. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lena's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark, of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Well, yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. An incident that was resolved 2 years ago. I really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Sure gave it in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. This is bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, wait a minute. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Got to admire him for his courage, considering he has zero evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. All right, well, I'm pretty sure I'm not an attorney, her attorney anymore, but I will do it anyway. He tells about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and the lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was a pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. See. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes. Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. You never say stop. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Again, you never press stop. This picture, the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. The true picture, but it seems to have been lost. Well, yeah, we know what to do here. It's on the back of this, right? Yeah, it was. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all of her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you who would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. And all I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. It may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list from the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Ah, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What is the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So, you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. M's. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Is that thing? Really? How many times is this thing gonna come back to haunt me? That's... that thing! That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored. Very well, witness. Let me look at this. Wait, so what the fuck? What? Okay. Would you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Maybe it'll come more clear. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were the shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder. Clearly. Okay, maybe let's tone down the it's a silhouette. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Neil Marshall, 27. She said something different, right, in her previous thing? Which I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were the shadows. After that, I must have fainted. Strange. She claims that's exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife that the man is holding. Look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of that knife was found broken in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once, and the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Well, okay. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. What does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure if she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No, Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony. Yeah. Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. It must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of 2 broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Right. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. If anything's broken here, it's you. What? Sure, this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright, but may I remind you that the fate of Lena Sky hangs in the balance. Okay. Is there another piece of... The weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Oh. I guess this one shows the one with the knife. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Okay. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. He chased after Joe Dark. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would have to have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true? What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth? What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture that's scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture? I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. At this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part of my away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Could you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Sky? Was there... I don't know if I can see it now. I mean, doesn't that kinda look like it? First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow. Certainly the most unusual. Try impossible. Chief, the detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please, don't pursue this any further. Lena, what is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. You can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. You can't just leave it at that. Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. As we're finally getting to the core of the matter. And she's like really adamant about this shit. Yeah. Mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? You've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. This isn't right? Well, I fucked up. Allow me to remind the defense that the hinges on the witness drawing the witness can't match the shape. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to press that button. I mean, that's not really like that, but... Fuck, I messed up. I didn't mean to press E again. Fuck. Don't be be so confident in me. What the fuck? Fucking Christ, dude. This is impossible for me. Fuck this case. Fuck, I didn't mean to press E, dude. I have to press R. Fucking. Just find the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more or horizontally. I fucking I didn't mean to press E. Well, is that a miracle or what? No one could possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. No, it can't be. 10.5 hours. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually Dis. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. Does that change anything? I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Well, then please tell us. What's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. A very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of this jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lena Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lena Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lena Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I figured it out. This is why Lena tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. The next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Through the air, okay. Now tell me, what could have set the jar flying? That would have had to have been the impact the man made as he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp, dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King Prospector's trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oops. Way to go, Emma. Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. Then proves so with her own testimony. It's unprecedented. What are you saying? Sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark's murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. You recall it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with the evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase in the beginning. Touche, Miss Sky, of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. If in one manner or another. That's impossible. I think I know what it is. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased, does such a message exist? I have to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name and the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the message left by the deceased. Is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? Is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that apparently wiped away the blood, but the blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. The victim's message will become apparent. No. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I see it. I gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. The defense attorney's duty to provide their client's innocence. To prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lena. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. God, I wish I had the energy to feel. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant? You understand the implications of what you've done. What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. That's such a bullshit statement. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Yeah. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? You aren't defenders of justice. We aren't defenders of justice. What? We are merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. That's so bullshit. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? Might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Things are going great in court. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. I can do this. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all around while on duty. On top of it, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Take Atlantis having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. Guess I'll need to give this book a read-through. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay? That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more. You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lena didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely struck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lena Skye. Mr. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and this is really awkward. Well, Your Honor, I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Sir Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Time has finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I am the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? Please, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lena's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the chief of police has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Could you sound any more guilty in the court? Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. Chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Yeah, nice fucking system you guys got going. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lena there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. That's bullshit. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Alright, sounds like it's just a fucking drop an evidence bomb. Which, yeah, I mean, bro. This fucking pot is like the linchpin. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside of your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. If defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Wright-O? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Dick Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. That's low. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Let's see, what was it now? The jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ugh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Right. Oh, in return, though. I know. That place, right? What are these guys, telepathic? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you reap from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That is itself sufficient motive. Oh, ho, Merry Christmas. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Ugh. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself, and you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. That's what you want to hear from the fucking chief of police. It's out in the open now. Would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lena's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Ooh. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Had there been someone in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have had someone help him? Would he have helped someone out? Sure. Sure, you might not help out anyone for their sake. Right. They're talking about the fucking if he would have like the prosecutor's office in his hands. Sure, you might not help out you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then, Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lena Skye, the defendant? I believe it is quite obvious in line of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to the unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lena? And as for the Chief Gant, who also he would also have had a reason to help Lena if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lena Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from this at all? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Are you can we get a new judge in here, please? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lena Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lena? For example, is Lena testifying that I've done such a thing? Lena, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy. You better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. So what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lena take the rap over his involvement. What? Order? I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder, that's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Let's see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it'll better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list. We couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It is your card number. What? How did you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777777. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search for my office was a violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, do you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the entrance room, evidence room, or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as do I with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lena Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Shows proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me get what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman? Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have had done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Mess. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. No one in the right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lena at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? That was the police department the entire day, you know. Oh, I wonder if he destroyed the lock with the screwdriver. I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lena stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. Move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Hey, is it the screwdriver? Cool. That's how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with his case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What's this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it in here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. As the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried to the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? Only one possible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lena Skye. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal in the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Ms. Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This is not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk, but to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Wright-O, but I'm having lunch with District Attorney General after this. We have to get going. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like that right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So I'm going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're trying to say, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lena dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. The court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Do you have any concrete proof? Prove that Chief Gant murdered the Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Concrete? I don't believe it's gonna end here, dude. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Wright-O. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. I don't even know how to pronounce that fucking name. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Okay, maybe this is scripted. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Yet another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There is still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls for the defendant, Miss Lena Skye. She was in the middle of the parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with someone's orders, Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take this final recess for the— fuck you, final recess. Okay, hang on. I was about to skip all of that. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lena. Right, he's gonna try to fucking— he's talking to Lena. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such an outrageous claim anyway. Just something to think about. Alright then. I got a lunch date to meet. Dude, he looks so fucking guilty. Okay, if there aren't any other further objections, this court is now in recess. Dude, please. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks for your help, Edgeworth. That chief needs something else, eh, Vales? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take that place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Did he mean... Dude, I miss Maya so fucking much. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify, which is bullshit. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? The chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. I mean, he forfeits his right to say anything, too. Hey, what's up, girl? You're doing pretty good for finding out you murdered someone? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, well, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the whole trial from the gallery. She heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. Nah, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I always feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all to just protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. And don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. We better get back. It's time for the final act. Oh, thank God. Emma, why don't you wait No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lena tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Oh, fuck. Please tell me less than an hour. Just less than an hour. Give me less than an hour left. Please. Dying over here, dude. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lena Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lena Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you are aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Yeah, when have we gotten that, though? Never. Of course, the truth. Lena, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I found the prosecutor marshal body. I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lena, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. So I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you have got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly, that's like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, that's true. It's false. 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 All false. Okay. You said you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. Wait, you just fucking... Wait, that's... Hang... Alright, so you just helped me out there. What? But the prosecutor marshal died from an unfortunate accident. It's only a situation you deemed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. Oh, okay. It's probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. When she found you, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife into the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? Why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. I don't think it matters. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason why Miss Skye moved the body... This is the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Yeah, but now you're bringing up evidence that... Sky, I understand how you feel. You're committed to that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. I mean, the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right? Do you have a problem with that? It's simple. It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar in the victim's blood. Yes, prosecutor. This prosecutor must have written in his final. The prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. I mean, you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? It wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. But, okay. Oh no, not this one. I figured that was like, what? Okay. Yeah, but you didn't. Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? You found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe, but how? I knew it. She really didn't know. Jeez, there's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leads us with only one explanation. On the night of the prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed the piece? No, because then she would. Yeah, I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even once I wasted an entire day. You're wasting your whole life. Looking for dentures, they were... Okay, moving along. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking. I didn't think I read that right. For Dark downstairs, I was looking for Dark downstairs. I didn't read it. The fucking thing went to the next one. Of Question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Yeah. No. Yep. I now call the judge to the stand. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. I purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lena Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lena may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. The cross-examination may not change a thing. This cross-examination. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. I have now admitted to perjury. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Doubt it. For real this time, guys, it's the actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor. Emma and Dark, were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. If it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. To me. It's a picture I took at the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lena must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lena. Lena said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. I know, can we get on with it? It's the book. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detectives saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Okay. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside of Chief Gant's safe? Oh, she cut it out because it had, oh, what's this? That's what, I thought it was a cloth used to like wipe off the blood at first. This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must have been the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips all turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived... Come now. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too. If so, I'd like to put it in word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. GG. So what? You think I'm worried? Yeah, I would say you were at least a little bit worried. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? What have you been keeping quiet about? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is it true, Mr. Wright? Yeah. It is. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think of this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prospector Marshall? I mean, she was already fine with it, right? But, I don't know. I don't want to do anything that he wants. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Okay, so now... Okay, we got him. The conclusive evidence? I don't know what you're talking about. So right, why don't you show them? Found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't press it. This is him basically admitting, though, that he knew about it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. The victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. I mean, you had this in your safe. What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you will admit to it? It was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It was then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lena. So you really were manipulating her. I knew, Lena. If I made it look like the blame lay with her and sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lena arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance. Of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging at the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of his name. I didn't expect Lena to go and wipe the blood off of all the pieces. If you fabricated all the evidence, that is to say, didn't you fabricate the message on the jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? You were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to at that, but being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have the right? You have this? What do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it when you should have shown up then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I think we got him here with this, right? Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. All right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Yes, and at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You are as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present his evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright. Yeah. Yeah, fuck, this has been a long case. Yeah, I think we're close. But, you know, enjoy having, enjoy sleeping. Do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything is proceeding as I predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Sky? What? Wait, they're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. Why? Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! This Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really did it. This Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Are you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves the real murderer is who killed Neil Marshall. It was Emma Skye, though, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What, a contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. You're right. This piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Oh. I got it. The bloodstain's not accurate if it was there. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the pieces of cloth vest was cut out? Yes. The shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured, blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth is fucking clean. Wait, there's no blood on it. Fool. Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, tell me. Let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. So, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lena Skye? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write Emma with her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. To make Lena believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Though that very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. Yeah, what a fucking oversight, you goober. Finally all over. I doubt it. Oh, that was close, Wright. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. But what do you mean, you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect, remember? Earlier, old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, we're already here. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. That's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like that last laugh is on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Gantz. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? You purposefully illegally concealed this piece of cloth. Yeah, are we gonna fucking some casual perjury, baby? I admit, I refused to present it at one point, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present the evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, don't listen to this don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe it wasn't relevant yet. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Must be relevant to the yes. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be, yep. I found this piece of cloth, this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, and here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want a relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... I'm sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he was right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer and the only one person who that could be, Damon Gant, the killer, was you. Oh well, he's freaking out. Oh my god. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been stupid around that apartment, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lawsuit item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many unanswered questions. He opened his evidence locker as he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor that I didn't realize my fatal mistake. A bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. And you put the body in my car? Sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in any of this? And all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Gibbons' locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than committer. Blah, blah, blah. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why did you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you will understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, what? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. But sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of fucking... I'm tired. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. And that I've done all that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up till today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Oh, you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky? And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few years. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems as good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still acted as an accomplice, a trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. There's something amusing about all of this. Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I've felt free from these heavy chains. Well, this trial goes on far too long already. Yeah, you're fucking telling me, Judge. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lena Skye. Dog. That is all. The court is adjourned. Oh, finally. At long last, it's finally over. What? Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for murder. At least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. To you too, Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lena didn't say a single word to me. I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes, I am. Can you fucking stop with this joke? Wait, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while I'm on duty. On top of it, to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. Oh my god, same joke. I'm only kidding. Oh my god. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lena. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. Okay, sis, don't worry about it. A day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. It changed after that day. I had to. The only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must you make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the path back to our rightful place. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me, thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? Just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We're the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I only realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, you believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That, though, terrifies me. That's why I can't continue to be a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Huh? Oh, yeah. What is this? A pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lane is talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. That might mean something to you. I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. What the fuck? Okay, fine. I don't care. Time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, you'll excuse me? There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. I keep on trying to say prospector, dude. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, there's a little something for you. Where the hell did you pull that from? It's the first book I've ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis, I will. And so, another case came to a close, and for the sisters, I have faith. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think this time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved with the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this, but I thought she said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Here you go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright, here's the one who will be. Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Yeah, I object. That's how it ends. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. No, you won't. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Honey, your fucking career is done. Okay, this case was way too fucking long. Yikes, I thought I was goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. I guess it just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. The new mission is to guard the main entrance to take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yep, thanks for the send-off, dick face. Jesus. Yeah, I saw Chie for a second. Hang on. I don't know why the attorney's badge didn't work. It's the only thing we had in common in the case. I mean, else I can't think of anything. What is it? Miss Starr managed to sneak us in for me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. Even gave Bambina back here a smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get water? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. Top layer tastes bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. I forget what the young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see what his name... What was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. Jesus Christ, dude, this fucking judge. I can't get over it. Hey, Maya! Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. The core cast is fun. I like Maya, Edgeworth, and Phoenix, but Emma never grew on me. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Brought you your tea. What's going on? Fuck? Thanks for coming to see me off. Can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lena, all I have to do is open this book. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Okay, achievement came in. Title card dropped in. Oh. Oh, fuck me, dude. How do you play the next game anyway? I don't know. How the hell do you do you have to press continue or I don't know. Maybe you actually have to like beat the game and then to allow you to go to the next one. Maybe I don't know. I might revise the schedule because I might want. Not that I didn't like the game, I did. But I might revise the schedule so that Phoenix Wright is the next game is a little later down the line because I feel like I probably need a little bit of a longer break than 3 or 4 days from Phoenix Wright because fuck. I don't know. Maybe not. I'll figure it out. If I do change it, I'll change it, sooner rather than later. So fuck, dude. Was it 12 hours? Shit, I gotta just chill at this point. My throat is dead. I know I shouldn't have done it. It's all my fault for doing it. I just really wanted to finish this damn game. So get out of the way. I did like it. Last chapter was really way too long and overstayed its welcome just a little bit. But overall, the core game, apart from that last chapter, I actually really enjoyed. There was, stupid moments, obviously, because that's how these games work. But overall, it was really good. I just kind of wish that the last chapter wasn't super long. But yeah, we're gonna start this tomorrow. Well, actually, technically in 12 hours. So if you want to check out that, go ahead. It's a really good game, trust me. But I just wanted to revisit it. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, that's all for now then. Later.